Go. I yield back.
The senior senator from Utah.
Madam President, if my colleague left me a message, I'm unaware of that. I do look and see that he tried to call me earlier. I've had a million calls today, been in and out of a lot of meetings. If he left me a message, I haven't seen it on my phone, and I apologize for that. I've had a lot going today. I will say this, my staff has met with my colleague's staff on a number of occasions to discuss this. This is, the concerns here should not be a surprise either to my colleague or to my colleague's staff. With regard to the question of whether we should just let the court decide, I understand what he's saying, but that's literally not what this is about. It's not about whether the court can decide whether to reopen the statute of limitations. That's not for the court. That is for Congress. That is for us to decide. The putative reason for reopening the statute of limitations, which has been closed since 1951 for claims going back to an 1805 treaty, the purported reason for reopening it is the alleged cloud of title on the chain of title. And what I'm saying is that is an entirely illusory cloud on the chain of title, because there's an indispensable party under Rule 19 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. You cannot litigate that unless the United States is a party, but unless the United States has abrogated its sovereign immunity sufficiently to allow the United States to be added as an indispensable party, it cannot be litigated, thus making any claims entirely illusory. So if there's some other argument, we can pursue those on their merits, but there is no cloud in the chain of title, because there can't be, because the United States has not, since 1951, recognized an abrogation of U.S. sovereign immunity to a degree sufficient to allow the existence of any type of a cloud on the chain of title. Thank you.
Well, if there wasn't a cloud, then this wouldn't be an issue. So obviously there was, and there is. So, well, you can say what you want to, but there is. That's why we're here today. That's why we're trying to solve the issue. But this is why the gentleman from Utah isn't from Indian country, and he's not from Illinois, and he doesn't understand the issue, which is why we should have had a conversation one-on-one. Not just our staff, because I promise you if there was an issue that I had with my gentleman from Utah, I would have simply just said, hey, Mike, let's talk. I yield back.
The senior senator from Utah.
It is December 20th. We're on likely the last legislative day before we break for the Christmas holidays. The first time I personally became aware of this issue was this afternoon. So it's not as if one could argue that there's been dilatory conduct on my part in not listening to it. I didn't even know this was an issue, did not know what it was until just a few hours ago. This is a problem in the sense, this is a problem to bring something like this up that could have potentially an economic impact on the U.S. government of hundreds of billions, tens if not hundreds of billions of dollars. To rush something through like this at literally the final hour before the end of a legislative year, before the end of a Congress, is not something that we do. And for my colleague to suggest that I've been dilatory when he's bringing this up, to rush this through by unanimous consent at the last possible minute under an argument that is legally specious and vacuous. The alleged cloud to the chain of title cannot exist. And so the argument doesn't work. If he wants to bring this up in the next Congress, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Let's have it go through regular order, but not at the last hour of the last day at the end of the Congress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That is just not.
Junior senator from Oklahoma.
8 years. This was filed at the beginning of this Congress. Just because your staff didn't make you aware, is it my fault? That's not my fault. To say 8 years, which I opened with, if you maybe would have listened to what I said, we've been working on this for 8 years. This bill's been around for a long time. To accuse me of saying that I'm waiting until the last minute, to the last day, to the last hour to do it is just absolutely wrong. Yield back.
Madam Chair.
The senior senator from Utah.
Look, we are, in fact, the last effective legislative day of the year and of the Congress. And what my colleague from Oklahoma is saying is that we should call it up and pass it tonight. Now, whether he thinks I should have been aware of this issue long ago, fair enough. I wasn't. But the way this is supposed to work around here is, unless there is unanimity, we don't pass legislation. That's a significant issue. Nor should we pass legislation that could and would expose the United States potentially to tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in liability for light or transient reasons that haven't been fully vetted on the floor of the United States Senate.
The junior senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to be able to speak for 7 minutes prior to this vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I was coming down here to try to pass my bill, the Pay Our Military Act. This bill would have made sure that we're paying our military, including our Coast Guard, in the event of a government shutdown. A few hours ago, this looked like we really were going to have to do this. We ran the hotline on the Republican side. Every Republican senator voted for this, and it makes sense. This has usually been a bipartisan issue. If there's a government shutdown, which none of us want, we need to pay the men and women who are on the front lines in our country, overseas, many in dangerous situations, defending our freedom, to make sure they're paid, Well, the good news is, Madam President, looks like just walking onto the floor here, the House is overwhelmingly passing the continuing resolution. It's not sure the deal I would have negotiated, but nevertheless, it looks like the likelihood of that coming over here tonight, soon, we hope, after the passage. It's likely going to pass in the House overwhelmingly, will likely pass here in the Senate later this evening. So we will likely not have a government shutdown, which is good. And our military, who's doing a great job around the world, won't be subject to this crazy situation, which, Madam President, it has happened before. The government shuts down, and the young men and women defending our freedom all around the world are not getting paid. So, with that, Madam President, I'm not going to ask for unanimous consent on this bill. I was hopeful nobody was going to block it. I'm not sure if anyone was going to block it. Prior times when we've been barreling towards a government shutdown, the Senate has actually taken action in a bipartisan way to pass this legislation. No troops getting their pay cut off. I was hopeful that was going to happen tonight. Maybe it would have, maybe it wouldn't. I'm not going to bring it up, Madam President. What I wanted to do is just wish our troops a Merry Christmas. You know, a lot of people are going to be serving away from their families, serving in dangerous parts of the world. I will tell you, in my great state, the great state of Alaska, our military has been really, really busy. Doesn't make a lot of news in the lower 48, but we've had 2 Russian incursions into our ADIZ in just the last week. Young men and women flying in the middle of the night, going, intercepting Russian Bear bombers and fighters, doing a great job, professional job, dangerous work. So to all our troops, Merry Christmas, keep up the great work. I am really glad that I'm not having to bring my bill to pay all of you if the government shut down. And if we ever have another government shutdown, I sure hope my Pay Our Military Act will get unanimous bipartisan support. If the United States Congress can't keep paying funding our government, the men and women in our military should not suffer the consequences when they're defending our freedom around the world. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The Democratic Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination.
Nays?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
How are you?
Ms. Ernst.
So
Mr. Fetterman.
you're here until
Mrs. Fisher.
7. The vote will probably be lasting.
Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham.
There's probably we can vote.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty.
That's it. Yeah, just see how it looks.
Ms.
when people are
Hassan.
here and, all of that.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
Would be red if it were on, and
Mr. Hickenlooper.
one of the buttons on the side to turn it on. You could do it right now.
Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven.
Yeah, so we override you.
Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin.
I do
Mr. Markey.
anybody after you on my schedule. They just haven't brought me
Mr. Marshall.
for that, but they will, I'm sure.
Mr. McConnell.
Okay, and did you get
Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Durbin, Kane, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, and Tester. Senators voting in the negative: Budd, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Kennedy, Langford, McConnell, Mullen, Sullivan, and Tillis. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Hassan, aye.
Chairman.
Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Yes. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 47. This nomination of Serena Raquel Murillo is confirmed. The motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. And under the previous order, the Senate will resume a legislative session, and the clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 693, H.R. 82, an act to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
we just passed our 235th judge. It is historic. It sets a record. In a few moments, I'll be speaking about that. But first, let us finish our housekeeping and other business so we can finish the business for the Senate for this year. So I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on calendar number 693, H.R. 82, an act to amend Title II of the Social Security Act and so forth, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I further ask that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection,
I have an amendment at the desk.
the clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3355.
I ask to dispense with further reading of the amendment.
Without objection,
I ask for the yeas and nays.
is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3356 to amendment number 3355.
I ask to dispense with further reading of the amendment.
Without objection,
I move to commit H.R. 82 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith with an amendment.
the clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to commit H.R. 82 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith amendment number 3357.
I ask to dispense with further reading.
Without objection,
I ask for the yeas and nays.
is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have an amendment to the instructions at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes amendment number 3358 to the instructions of the motion to commit.
I ask to dispense with further reading of the amendment.
Without objection,
I ask for the yeas and nays.
is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The
I
senator
ask-
from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment number 3359 to amendment number 3358.
I ask to dispense with further reading of the amendment.
Without objection,
Now, Mr. President, as you well know, a few minutes ago, the Senate confirmed Judge Murillo to serve as a California district judge. She is the 235th judge confirmed by this majority. The majority has now confirmed more judges under President Biden than any majority has confirmed in decades. This is historic. We have confirmed more judges than under the Trump administration, more judges than any administration in this century, more judges than any administration going back decades. 1 out of every 4 active judges on the bench has been appointed by this majority. Let me repeat that. 1 out of every 4 active judges on the bench has been appointed by this majority. Together, these individuals are arguably the most qualified and historic nominees ever confirmed in a 4-year span. I want to thank all senators, Democrat and Republican, who supported these nominees. Both parties cooperating on many of these judges shows why the advise and consent process is critical to this body and to our democracy. 235 judges. That's 235 qualified and experienced mainstream judges. They are former consumer protection lawyers, labor lawyers, voting rights experts, civil rights lawyers, federal prosecutors, public defenders, teachers, mentors, scholars, great Americans from every walk of life and legal practice. I am very proud of this milestone, not because of the number alone, but because of what the number means. It means our bench is now far more balanced in its experiences, expertise, and qualifications than 4 years ago. For a very long time, the norm was to prioritize judicial nominees who came from a privileged pool. Most of them were prosecutors or from large corporate law firms. Most were male, most were white. But when Senate Democrats entered the majority, we cast a wider net. We turned to new individuals who would make excellent and uniquely qualified judges. For example, we confirmed nominees who represented union workers and had firsthand experience in union negotiations. We confirmed nominees who fought health care fraud in court and represented the public in cases of deceptive marketing tactics. Our nominees have defended the right to vote. They have defended freedom of choice, represented victims of abuse. They have put criminals and drug traffickers behind bars. They have been teachers. They have been mentors. Our nominees are also groundbreaking for their democratic diversity. 150 of these judges are women, more than most under any president. We confirmed the first black woman to the highest court in all the land, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is also the first public defender to ever hold the title justice. We confirmed the most black judges, Hispanic judges, and AAIP judges and Native American judges under any president's full time in office. All of these historic judges were confirmed because they were exceptionally qualified for the job. Our courts, like all our institutions, are better off when they mirror this vibrant country. There's a lot of people to thank. I want to thank at the top of the list you, Mr. President and Chairman Durbin, for your diligence and hard work. I want to thank Ranking Member Graham and the members of the Judiciary Committee, some of whom are here, for their great work. You recommended excellent individuals to the bench. I want to thank, of course, President Biden for sending us such an impressive group of well-qualified and historic nominees, and I want to thank Vice President Harris, who came here when the vote was tied and helped us confirm a number of these nominees. Finally, and thank you to our Republican colleagues who recommended good nominees and supported many of ours as well. Finally, I want to thank my great staff, especially my incredible nominations director, Catalina Tam. It wouldn't have happened without her diligent and hard work. A lot of behind-the-scenes work happened to get them confirmed, and so I'm immensely grateful to everyone who worked tirelessly day in, day out. Thanks to the hard work of this Senate majority, our courts are stronger, our country is stronger, our democracy is stronger, and that is something every American can be proud of. I yield the floor. Nope, I don't yield the floor. I move to proceed to executive session to consider Calendar 851.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Amtrak Board of Directors, David Michael Capozzi of Maryland to be a director.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Counter Number 851, David Michael Capozzi of Maryland to be a director of the Amtrak Board of Directors, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider Calendar 854.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Amtrak Board of Directors, Aline Marie Clegg of Idaho to be a director.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 854, Elaine Marie Clegg of Idaho to be a director of the Amtrak Board of Directors, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Okay, great. Mr. President,
Congratulations, Dick.
Mr. President,
The senator from New York.
Mr. President, if you've ever had kids, you know how important it can be to encourage their education. But with many competing priorities, you sometimes need to use creative strategies to inspire success. That is something the Holcomb Rucker did. Rucker was a black World War II veteran and a teacher in the 1940s in Harlem. He started a small outdoor basketball team for black youth and encouraged his players to maintain good grades and decorum. Some say he is the father of outdoor organized basketball for youth and helped give thousands of kids better pathways to higher learning. Holcomb Rucker grew up a poor, parentless kid from 141st Street. He served in the Army during World War II before earning his bachelor's degree from City College. He then taught English at a Harlem junior high school while also serving as a recreation director for both the St. Philip's Church Community Center and the City Parks Department. When Rucker formed his youth basketball tournament in the late 1940s, however, he didn't get much support from city recreational leaders. So he often paid out of his own shallow pockets to provide refreshments and T-shirts and other essentials for players. Rucker would even share his lunch with his students, often coming home to his wife with an empty stomach. Rucker believed education and supervised recreation could make an enormous difference in the lives of his students. It's no surprise then when many of his players saw him as a father figure and credited him with helping them set them on a better path. As Rucker's summer tournaments grew in popularity, Parks Department officials finally moved them to a more desirable location. That would ultimately become the Holcomb Rucker Park. The court attracted the city's most talented young basketball players, including future professional basketball stars like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, and Julius Dr. J. Irving. I want to thank Congressman Espaillat for championing this bill, and I'm proud to lead the effort in the Senate to designate this park, which is located at 155th Street on the banks of the Harlem River, as the Holcomb Rucker Park National Commemorative Site. This bill would allow for an educational exhibit, a plaque, and another marker to be installed that would help memorialize the legacy of Mr. Rucker for generations to come. I want to thank Senator Rubio for his assistance. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 6852 and the Senate proceed to an en bloc consideration of the following bills. H.R. 8012, which was received from the House and is at the desk, and H.R. 6852.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the bills be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions be reconsidered, be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield the floor. Absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Waldman.
Mr. President,
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I expect that sometime this evening the Senate will move to consideration of the Social Security Fairness Act, which would repeal two Social Security provisions: the windfall elimination provision, pronounced WEP, and the government pension offset, GPO. I agree with my colleagues that the WEP and GPO should be improvised to ensure that teachers, fighters, police officers, and others receive fair treatment under Social Security. However, I'm disappointed that the Finance Committee did not have the opportunity to examine ways to address the WEP and GPO and that would be fair to all Social Security beneficiaries and not hurt the Social Security's long-term solvency. In its current form, the Social Security Fairness Act would cost nearly $200 billion over the next 10 years and exhaust the balance of the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund roughly 6 months earlier for all Social Security beneficiaries. The share of OASI benefits that could be paid when the trust fund is exhausted would be smaller under this bill than under current law, meaning all Social Security beneficiaries will see their Social Security benefits reduced earlier, and their benefits then will be even smaller than they would have been. I filed an amendment that would delay the implementation of the Social Security Fairness Act until changes are made that would offset the bill's negative impact on the Social Security's actuarial balance, as determined by the Social Security Board of Trustees. The amendment does not specify what the changes should be or how the changes should be determined. While I continue to have concerns with the approach taken in the Social Security Fairness Act, at the very least, this amendment needs to be adopted so that we do not have a negative impact on Social Security's solvency and impact the Social Security benefits of all Social Security recipients. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment when it comes up. That will be the Crapo Amendment number 3331. And Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just wanted to get up and explain why I'll be voting against the passage of the Social Security Fairness Act a little bit later today. I'm going to try and keep the volume down and maybe the frustration down a little bit more today than I did yesterday, but I thought it was important to again explain why sometimes the tough vote is the right vote. To kind of lay the groundwork, as I am from North Carolina, I'm up for re-election in November of 2026. I've heard some people walk up and down the hallway and say that they really oppose the bill, but they're up for election in 28 or up for election in 30, and they're worried about the politics of it. I never worry about the politics when I'm convinced in my heart of hearts it's the right decision. And let me explain why. The Social Security Fairness Act is trying to address what I think is an inequity and a problem. Unfortunately, it's doing it in a way that is at the expense of $200 billion out of the Social Security Trust Fund without a dime offsetting it. Now, some of my fiscal conservative colleagues have said, well, no, it's not really depleting it because it's the Social Security Trust Fund, so it's not adding to our debt. But what they are forgetting is that when Social Security Trust Fund becomes solvent, the fairies don't come back and replenish the Social Security Trust Fund. We don't have trust fund fairies. What we have is a debt that is already over $33 trillion that we're going to be expected to write another check out of. And we're headed towards a debt crisis. So this bill, by everyone's agreement, even those who are going to vote for it tonight, pulls forward an insolvency that is consensus right now going to occur 9 years from now, pulling it forward by 6 months. And so I have to vote against this bill, not because I don't ultimately want to fix an injustice for a very small percentage of people who deserve a few $100s more a month. But the way that we've gone about it, it's going to be costly, and it's being done at a time where we're not plussing the accounts back up. And so I feel like my vote casting an under, I'm likely to be on the losing side. I understand that. None of these amendments are going to pass because if they do, the bill fails. We know that. So anybody that's pulling for one amendment or another, let me just show you how I can tell the future. Not a single one will pass. This bill will be voted out this evening, and it'll be sent to the president's desk. And once the president signs it, he will guarantee that the Social Security Trust Fund will become insolvent 6 months sooner than the 9 months, 8.5 months. Think about it this way, 8.5 years from now versus 9 years from now. It's going to pull $200 billion out, causing that to occur. It's actually going to provide some benefit that I don't believe the beneficiaries deserve, and it's really confusing that handful or that segment of the people who will get the benefit and casting them into a group that I think arguably maybe don't deserve the benefit. Anyone that should, we can take care of, but it's not $200 billion. But that's what happens when you don't have a single committee hearing on a bill. That's what happens when it comes from the House through something called a discharge petition. Bypassing all the processes comes to the Senate, and we never even have a hearing. We're going to have a vote later today for a $200 billion rating of the Social Security Trust Fund that is going to bring insolvency forward from 9 years to 8.5 years, and not a single vote or a single hearing has been held in a single committee on Capitol Hill. Now, folks, if you can't agree on the finances, if you can't agree on the fairness, can we all agree on the process? Something as weighty as this, we should have given it the justice it deserves and have a hearing on it. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it. And then I'll be standing there reminding my colleagues I told you so when I'm also trying to help them fix the problem they're about to vote on to create. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following bills. Calendar number 422, which is S 1348, and calendar 501, which is S 1890.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendments be considered and agreed to. The bills as amended be considered read a third time en bloc.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bills en bloc.
If there is no further debate,
I ask unanimous consent.
the question is on passage of the bills as amended en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bills as amended are passed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported title amendment to the S 1890 be considered and agreed to, the title of S 1890 as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider with respect to S 1348 and S 1890 be considered, made, and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to rise just to spend a couple of moments discussing a bill that we just passed, and it's the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. The Senate passed this by unanimous consent. This legislation is very important in my home state of Wyoming, something we've been working on for years. The bill would resolve the management status for thousands of acres of federal public lands across 7 counties of the 23 counties in my home state of Wyoming. These acres involve what are known as wilderness study areas. These are land managed solely for preservation, even though they're not included in the National Wilderness Preservation System. Well, the Bureau of Land Management studies these areas, and they study them to determine whether they should be designated as wilderness lands, or if these lands should be returned to multiple use status. Until Congress acts, the Bureau treats all of the lands as if it's wilderness. In other words, these lands currently under study are closed off to almost every use. For the people of Wyoming who rely on access to the land to make a living and for recreation, this just doesn't work. So in 1991, now here we are, we're in 2024, but in 1991, the Bureau of Land Management released a report recommending a balanced approach for these Wyoming wilderness study areas. Specifically, the Bureau of Land Management recommended that Congress designated some of the lands as wilderness and release the majority of the lands back to multiple use. Well, here we are, over 3 decades later, the lands still remain in limbo. That's why some of our counties began to work with me on the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. And I want to thank these Wyoming County Commissioners for their collaboration going back 9 years, back to 2015. The bill, which I'm proud to sponsor on their behalf, generally follows the recommendations of the 1991 report. It strikes a balance between protecting these special places that people in Wyoming love, while expanding the multiple use areas that our state and local economies rely upon. The bill was developed by the people who live near the land and who will be accessing the land when this bill is enacted. It has been developed really from the ground up by the people who know the land the best. And this legislation resolves a decades-old stalemate. The bill is going to increase conservation. It's going to ensure that other lands can be unlocked and for uses that are important to the people of Wyoming and to our economy. I firmly believe the people of Wyoming, not Washington, should decide how to manage these lands. So I want to thank my friend and colleague, Senator Wyden from the state of Oregon. We work closely together. We serve on several committees together. We live near each other and where we stay when we're in Washington instead of when he's home in Oregon and I'm home in Wyoming. And I look forward to continuing to work with him to get these bills passed into law and through the House and in the near future. So as I see my friend and colleague from Oregon on the floor tonight, I just want to thank him for his years of cooperation and working together as we have on the Committee of Energy and Natural Resources, and thank him for all of his consideration in allowing us to get this bill passed tonight. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator for Oregon.
Mr. President, this is a truly historic moment for my home state of Oregon because the Owahis, which are really Oregon's version of the Grand Canyon, really should have secured protection years ago. But finally, as a result of the bipartisan support that my friend from Wyoming and I have, working with the incoming chair of the committee, Mike Lee, and the current leadership, we have been able to pass these important pieces of legislation. And the timing for my home state is really just extraordinary because just yesterday, the congressman from rural Oregon, Congressman Bentz of the 2nd District, we put out a joint statement about how next year we intend to work together and with our constituents to come up with legislation that our whole state, urban and rural, could come together on to protect the ranching way of life in Malheur County and also our incredible treasures. And Congressman Bentz and I said we would work with our respective chambers' leadership to pass the bill into law. And then, Mr. President, overnight, and to the great excitement of people in our states, due to the ending hours of Congress where members are trying to find some common ground, we've been able to work with our leadership in the United States Senate, in this chamber, to get started on what Congressman Bentz and I told our constituents yesterday. And this did not happen by osmosis. The incoming ranking Senator, Martin Heinrich, and the incoming chair, Mike Lee, said that my bill, which cleared the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, S-1890, the Malheur Community Empowerment for the Oahe Act, that they would allow it to pass the United States Senate tonight as an indication of the goodwill that all parties have pledged for next year. And as the chairman of the committee has noted, in fact, all the chairs, past and present, since I was the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee at one point, understand that that's the key to really making some history in this extraordinarily important committee. And in our conversations, with the incoming chairman, Mike Lee. He was particularly interested in the fact that Congressman Bentz and I are going to be working together to get this bill in shape so that people across Oregon will support it. And when he indicated that that was a priority for him, I basically said, that's exactly what we have in mind as Oregonians, what I have in mind as Oregon's senior senator. And I'm very happy to state tonight publicly to the incoming chair of the committee, the senator from Utah, that I intend to work very closely with Congressman Bentz to make this become law. Now, so everybody in Oregon understands this bill does not become law tonight. But what it does is it sends a message from the United States Senate that when you get people of goodwill and willingness to find common ground, you can make real action happen. And the Oahe legislation that I worked for years with ranchers and hunters and fishing families and environmental folks has now passed the United States Senate. That's something that after decades of debate about the future of the Oahe, nobody thought it was going to happen anytime soon. In fact, yesterday people said, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Now the United States Senate has acted, and acted, as I say, to protect the ranching way of life in rural Oregon and our treasures. And I hope that tonight's action will give all parties interested in the protection of the treasures of Oahe and interest in the ranching way of life. It should give folks at home the chance to know that we are going to be in a position to, in 2025, with the leadership of the Senate and the House behind this effort, we're going to be in a position in 2025 to make this important legislation the law of the land, and the protection for the Oahes will be permanent and will be in the text of black letter law for all to see. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, in 2013, in my first year in the Senate, a 10-year-old child in Virginia, Loudoun County, named Gabriella Miller, passed away from an inoperable brain tumor. Nothing could be worse for a family. Her parents, Ellen and Mark, and her brother suffered greatly in this, but as many do, in an amazing way, in a mysterious way, in a time of suffering, they turned their tragedy into a cause. Shortly after I came to the Senate, Mark and Ellen Miller came to see me and talked to me about their daughter, Gabriella. And they asked me a question. Senator, what percentage of medical research in this country is devoted to pediatric conditions? I thought, well, pediatric, under age 18, maybe it's, 12% of the population, so I guessed 12%. They said less than 1%. Less than 1% of medical research funding in the NIH and other agencies was devoted to pediatric conditions. There was a kind of a, it was a conventional wisdom that, we don't put research into that, but if we can research adult conditions, we can kind of apply it to pediatric conditions, which everyone here knows that's not the case. Many pediatric conditions are very different than adult conditions. So I began to work with the Miller family on a bill to increase research at the NIH and other federal agencies for pediatric conditions, especially pediatric cancers of the kind that killed Gabriella Miller. The following year, in 2014, I partnered with Virginia Congressman and then a Republican leader in the Senate, Eric Cantor, and others to pass the Gabriella Miller Kids First Pediatric Research Program to fund NIH research on pediatric cancer. And the 10-year bill that we passed is up for reauthorization this year. I've partnered with Senator Jerry Moran, my colleague from Kansas, to reauthorize it with the support of colleagues on both sides, numerous colleagues. The Republican House has passed a version of this bill. The lead sponsor on the House side is Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, who is retiring because she has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of supranuclear palsy, which is an advanced form of Parkinson's disease. My colleague Jennifer Wexton is no longer able to speak without an AI-assisted device. But in this last few days of her time in the House, she has made the passing of the reauthorization of the Gabriella Miller Act her chief priority. The reauthorization was included in the health package in the bipartisan version of the CR bill that we negotiated with the House. But that package was left on the cutting room floor of the CR that was just passed the House, and advocates of the bill, including Ellen and Mark Miller and others who care about pediatric research, were bitterly disappointed. I'm going to vote for the CR when it comes over from the House. But if I'm going to have to explain to advocates that I share their disappointment for the fact that this 10-year program, which has now produced more than $125 million in research into pediatric cancer, is going to be left on the floor, I have to at least make an effort here on the floor to authorize this program going forward. The good news is the bill that Representative Wexton has put in the House was authorized flat funding for another 5 years, and I give credit to my colleagues on the Senate Health Committee because the Gabriella Miller Act was reauthorized in the Senate for 10 years at an increasing level of funding, beginning at the current funding level of $12.5 million a year, escalating to $25 million over the course of 10 years. But time is late. No time to fool around. The bill that has passed not only a committee but a House was passed in the House of Representatives, 5-year funding at its current level, $12.5 million a year, to continue to invest in research into children's cancer and pediatric conditions. I respect my colleagues' sincere commitment to responsible federal budgeting. And one of my colleagues, Senator Paul, I've worked with him to hopefully lift an objection that he had to this bill by agreeing to work with him to make sure that there's not other overlapping programs where we're spending money to do the same thing. We have recently talked about other legislative initiatives that we'll work on together. My understanding as I stand here today is with this commitment I've made to Senator Paul, he's dropping any objection to including this by unanimous consent. And I think while it's not everything I hoped, and it's not everything that the Senate Help Committee did in a bipartisan way, it would continue this important program. Gabriella Miller, when she was diagnosed with brain cancer at age 10, didn't go quietly into the good night. I think that's a Dylan Thomas line. She instead said, I'm going to raise every bit of money I can for cancer research. And in the last year of her life, she raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in cancer research on her own with little bake sales and fundraisers. And the brain tumor that was in her brain was the size of a walnut, and she created a nonprofit foundation called the Smashing Walnuts Foundation. And the comments that I make tonight and the effort that I undertake with Representative Wexton truly are to honor her and to thank her parents for their advocacy. In particular, I really want to thank her mother, Ellen Miller, who's been a force of nature in creating this program and keeping it going. And we need to keep it going. It's bipartisan, it's bicameral, and it's making groundbreaking research possible. I ask my colleagues to let it pass into law. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that, as if in legislative session, we should ask the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from the further consideration of H.R. 3391, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3391, an act to extend the Gabriella Miller Kids First Pediatric Research Program at the National Institutes of Health and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Well, we've arrived. We're here at last. Another government shutdown averted. The government will remain open. I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news. People need to know, yes, the government will stay open and it will not be chaotic. Congress can adjourn, which is probably a good thing when Congress adjourns. But the thing about government staying open is we will pass something called a continued resolution. What does that mean? It means we're resolved to continue. Continue as we have for really decades. We will continue to spend money regardless of whether we have it or not. We will continue to spend money at a pace such that we will accumulate about $2 trillion in debt each year. The deficit will be about $2 trillion. Now, the spending is comprised of a lot of different areas. It's about $6.8 trillion in spending, and we bring in about $4.8 trillion in revenue. So it's about a $2 trillion mismatch. A lot of the spending is entitlements. Probably 2/3 of the spending is entitlements, but this body refuses to address entitlements. So as part of the continuing spending tonight, keeping government open, all of the entitlements will be taken off board, and there will be no reforms to entitlements, no reduction in spending in entitlements. They will continue growing, somewhere between about 5% and 6% a year. Almost everybody on both sides of the aisle acknowledges that entitlements are the problem. Entitlements are driving the debt. What we vote on, people call a budget, or another word, they call it discretionary spending, is about $1.7 trillion or so, about $2 trillion. Of that $2 trillion, about half's military, half's not military. Well, the military has been taken off the table also, primarily by Republicans, but Democrats complicit as well. No military spending will be addressed, no waste in the military will be addressed, and the Pentagon will not be audited. They've said for decades the Pentagon needs to be audited, and the Pentagon says we're too big to be audited. Leave us alone, we are too big. Occasionally we'll find some things, $500 toilet seats or $800 hammers, things like that. But overall, we have no idea where the money's going, and neither do they. They sometimes talk about hundreds of billions of dollars really literally missing, that they have no idea. But it's taken off the table because the powers that be say military is sacrosanct, cannot be looked at, and must have increased spending. So all the entitlements are going up. That's 2/3 of $6.8 trillion. The remaining $2 trillion is half military. It's going up, and nobody's looking at it either. So we have discretionary. Non-military discretionary spending is part of the budget also. And we couldn't come to an agreement, but other than we're going to be resolved to continue spending at about the pace we are. It'll be short term, and that would be bad enough because the spending will accumulate and is accumulating about a $2 trillion deficit. But that's not enough. This has been a horrendous week for fiscal conservatives because we are not going to just continue as we have been doing, continue loading on the debt. We are also adding to it in a dramatic fashion. This week, there'll be $330 billion added onto the spending. $200 billion of it will be for Social Security. And you say, well, we should want to help people. Why wouldn't we give people or senior citizens more money? Well, if we give new people more money, we have to take it from somewhere. We're going to have to either borrow it or we're going to have to print it, but it has to come from somewhere. Money doesn't grow on trees. So $200 billion increase in spending for Social Security. Where's the money going to come from? Now, I will offer an amendment that would pay for it. My amendment would be to raise the age gradually of Social Security, 3 months a year for about 12 years, and that would pay for the expansion of benefits. I think that's the only responsible way to do this. You want more benefits for people? You can't just, push the bankruptcy of Social Security and say, well, yeah, it'll go bankrupt in about 9 years, but maybe I won't be here, or maybe I won't be alive, and maybe it'll still exist for people. But shouldn't we care about what's going to happen to the future of Social Security? Shouldn't we care about how this is going to be paid for? But it'll be interesting to see how the vote is. I suspect I won't win, but we're going to have a vote on gradually raising the age. But here's the rub of how difficult it is and how far behind the 8 ball we've become. I proposed this solution 12 years ago, 13 years ago. When I did, it fixed 2/3 of the shortfall. If you raise the age gradually from 67 to 70, about 2 or 3 months a year, it wiped out most of the shortfall and fixed the problem 13 years ago. If you do it now, it only gives us 1 more year of solvency before bankruptcy comes. So we've taken a problem that was eminently fixable a decade ago, and at this point, if we were to do, and my amendment were to pass, it would pay for the expansion, but still the system is going bankrupt because we just keep adding stuff to it. Most people don't realize this, but Social Security actually will give you money no matter what your income is if you have teenage children and one of the parents is over 65. Now, somebody thought up this program and said, wow, this would be good. We should help out elderly parents that are taking care of teenagers. You can be a billionaire and file. I know people who are wealthy, whose kids drive Porsches, who are getting $1,500 a month for each of their kids because the dad is 65. Why would we do a program that's not based on income at all? Why would we let anybody join in that? Is that why Social Security is going bankrupt? No, that's just an element, though, of where the money's going. But everything that happens in the city is based on compassion. I feel for people and I want to help people. But nobody does anything based on math. Nobody really looks at this and says, well, shouldn't we do something to make sure it's paid for? What about next decade? What's going to happen to Social Security? Not a care. They just expand it, and it's feel good. You know, the free lunch, the mantra of free lunch is good. Here's stuff. Here's manna. Here, we're going to give you more money. Just be content. Take some Soma. Just relax. Here's some more money. But we're destroying the entitlement programs. Social Security is going bankrupt, and we sped up the bankruptcy this week by adding $200 billion. That is going to be concluded tonight. That's $200 billion in brand new spending to a system that was already $2 trillion short. Now, we also gave $30 billion to farmers. That's going to be in the package tonight, too. Now, why do the farmers say they need money? Many farmers are actually pretty well off and doing pretty well, actually. But they say that the tariffs during the first Trump administration hurt them so badly that they're still having reduced exports and they need more money. So we're still paying them for the tariff wars that were begun 4 years ago, and still half the people in the country are jumping up and down saying they want more tariffs. But what are we going to do, pay off everybody that doesn't benefit from the tariffs? Think about it. If you put tariffs on a steel mill and you say, well, we're not going to let the Chinese sell any steel over here, you have this bright, shiny steel mill and all the 1,000 workers stand in front and they love you because you're going to help them with their jobs and they're going to be more secure. But for every person making steel, there's 80 workers working somewhere buying steel. So what you do is you just ignore the other half of the equation. Why? Because it's easy to see the shiny steel factory. It's easy to see those workers. The 80 workers that are working for other industries, car industry, building warehouses, anybody that uses steel, fences, all these people buying stuff are scattered through small industries and you don't see them. But their economic impact at least equals, but probably exceeds the one you're trying to benefit. We do so many crazy things. So $200 billion to expand Social Security won't be paid for, speeds up the bankruptcy and demise of Social Security. $30 billion for farmers, many of whom have other resources and really are not desperately in need of this. What happens to the borrowing? $230 billion. Well, that's not over. We also are adding $100 billion for disaster. And you say to yourself, well, you know, we got to help people in need. They've had storms, they've had flooding. We got to help them. Well, shouldn't we try to root out the waste and fraud in those systems, that people are stealing money from these things? If you want to know how people steal things and how many people are stealing things, when we did all that COVID stuff, we stopped the economy and we just gave free money to everybody.
We actually had foreign scoundrels, foreign fraudsters come in and take tens of millions of dollars. But we also had U.S. citizens, buying Lamborghinis and Bugattis and all kinds of fancy cars on their government. We had people signing up for the program. One of them used an ID that had a picture of Barbie on it and got money. Many of them said, I have 500 workers, and they didn't have any workers. They didn't have a business. So just fraud was rampant throughout it. This happens also in the disaster relief programs as well. People claim things they lost in disasters that didn't exist. But let's put that aside, the waste and fraud in the program, and say, we got to help people. We got to do something about disasters. Well, maybe there ought to be a decision-making process where we say, what's more important, Ukraine or Asheville, North Carolina? Do we have enough money to do both? Well, we do if we borrow it, but when we borrow it, we add to the debt, the Fed buys the debt, and you create inflation. It's no mystery why your goods cost more. During the last 4 years, groceries, meat, poultry, gasoline, rent, everything's gone up on average at least 20%. Now, did it become more precious? Did we all of a sudden lose a supply of things? No, the dollar became weaker. The dollar became diluted because we had to buy all this debt. So it's a bait and switch. What we do is we expand, this week, $200 billion for Social Security, $100 billion for disasters, that's $300 billion, $30 billion for farm subsidies, $330 billion unpaid for. But the people here gathered, the vast majority of them that will vote for this will go home, pat themselves on the back and say, I brought you stuff. Isn't that what you want me to do, bring you free stuff? Well, it's not free. It has ramifications. They're destroying the dollar. They're destroying the country. And yet it goes on. Because it seems to be easy just to promise people something for nothing. So I have a couple of different solutions. To pay for the Social Security, let's gradually raise the age. 3 months each year. And what it does is it actually pays entirely for this $200 billion expansion and then some. It has to be done. It will be done at some point. I offered it 13 years ago, and every year we've waited, we've gotten further behind the 8 ball, and every year we've waited, we've gotten to the point where it's much more difficult to dig out of this hole. As far as the shutdowns, I'll admit that it's chaotic to go through this every 3 months, every 6 months, every year. There could be a way that we could actually say when there is an impasse and both parties don't agree, we agree to continue spending, but not at the same level. See, the vote today on at least some of the budget, the part that's not going up like this, on a small portion, will continue at the same level. But realize 3/4 of it's going up. We're not keeping it steady. So if we vote to keep it steady, does that really fix the problem? No, if you keep it steady, and even if you didn't increase spending, the budget never balances. Why? Because you're only keeping a very small portion of the budget steady. It's really about 16%. 2/3, 66%, entitlements. The remaining third, half military, half non-military. Military is going up at 3%. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Republicans have a great plan. Come spring, the Republicans are by simple majority going to bust through the military caps. The military caps are put in place, like all other caps, to try to restrain spending, and they're ignored. But in the spring, the first reconciliation package that Republicans will pass with a simple majority is to bust through the military caps. Military doesn't have enough money. We spend more on our military than the next 8 countries combined, and yet it's never enough. People say we're going to find waste and fraud. I'm all for it. I'm a big supporter of looking for waste and fraud. I'm a big supporter of getting rid of it. Guess what? If you don't look at the entitlements, you're not a serious person. If you don't look at the military, you're not a serious person. The problem will go on. In the first Trump administration, $8 trillion were borrowed. I'm a fan of Donald Trump. I supported him. I voted for him. But we borrowed $8 trillion. During the Biden administration, coincidentally, we borrowed another $8 trillion. They were equally fiscally irresponsible. Now, at least during the Trump administration, you could argue there was, COVID and the pandemic and all that. But the reaction was too much, and the lockdowns were not necessary. They didn't save any lives through the lockdowns, and we spent a ton of money that we passed out for people not to work. But the bottom line is when you look at all of this, we have this enormous problem. I'm all for eliminating the waste and fraud. It's not enough. You have to look at the entitlements. You have to look at the military. Currently, we look at only about 16% of the budget. If you eliminated all of that, it's called non-military discretionary, it's part of the budget, you eliminate all of it, which isn't going to happen, the budget still never balances. You have to look at all the spending. We're not looking at any of the entitlement spending. In fact, it's worse. Entitlements are driving the debt, almost everybody agrees with it, and we're expanding the entitlements. Social Security, beginning in 2021, Social Security for the first time pays out more than it brings in taxes. It was the opposite for many years. Social Security brought in more than they spent, and they actually developed and had a reserve. For the last 3 years, Social Security's been paying out more than comes in. 2021, they paid out $50 billion more than came in. 2022, they paid out $22 billion more than came in. Last year, we paid out $40 billion more than we came in. If you had a business, or even if you had a social program, and you were paying out more than you brought in, wouldn't you try to reverse that trend? No, what we did this week is expand Social Security by $200 billion over 10 years. It's $20 billion a year. So if the debt next year for Social Security is going to be about the same as this year, it'd be $40 billion. We added $20 billion to that. What's the math? A 50% increase in our debt. So for someone who's fiscally conservative, this isn't a very good Christmas. This is a Christmas of just doing the same old thing. So when you hear CR or continuing resolution, realize your government is resolved just to continue doing the same thing. They're kicking the can down the road. The debt's going to continue to accumulate, and they're not doing anything to fix it. So don't be pleased with your people. Look closely. Who are my representatives, and are they doing the right thing? So we're going to offer a pay-for the Social Security. That will be one of my amendments tonight. We're also going to offer something called the Government Shutdown Protection Act. And what it will do is it says when there is an impasse, when Republicans and Democrats don't agree, that the spending would continue at a reduced level. The level we chose was enough to try to bring both sides together to actually form an agreement, but also we chose a number that would be enough of a cut to actually put us on a path to balance. So if my amendment were to pass, government wouldn't shut down from here on out, but the spending would be at a 6% reduced level. This actually balances the budget, and it's a pretty significant cut. Most of them will say, oh, it's too much, we can't vote for it. But the thing is even if my cuts were to go into place, even if my amendment were to pass, a 6% cut, it would take 5 years to get to balance in 1 year. Not to get rid of any debt that we've accumulated, but just to get to an annual balance. And they are like, oh, woe is me. We could never do it. We can't cut people. People deserve money. People deserve stuff. We have to give them more stuff. Do you know that the European Union, 16 out of 28 countries in the European Union, who many of them are considered to be socialist, actually balance their budget? I met with a socialist from Sweden. He was more conservative than everybody across the aisle. He was more conservative than half the Republicans up here because they thought that actual entitlements should be based on the economy. Their entitlements actually go down when the economy goes down. If the economy shrinks, their entitlements shrink. Just everybody knows it's going to happen. It's a bad year, you're going to get a little bit less. People would go nuts here. We do the opposite. So during the last 4 years, they created so much inflation that people's costs went up 20%. What do? We have to give cost of living adjustments to those on Social Security, and we did, but we were short even more money, and it made the problem even worse and sped up the bankruptcy of Social Security. So my amendment would say we actually have to reduce spending. Now, some people say to conservatives, both in my party and the others, they say, oh, you people are unrealistic. You'll never vote to raise the debt ceiling. But even if I had my way, and we got cuts significant enough that I think the American people would accept, but most of this body wouldn't, and we balanced the budget in 5 years, we would still accumulate debt over those 5 years. And I would vote to raise the debt ceiling during that brief period of time as we are on the way towards balancing our budget. But none of that's going to happen. what we are doing this week and what both parties will be complicit in, and I mean both parties. Every Democrat here will vote for this bill, I assume. Every Democrat will vote to continue to be resolved to spend money at a rate that is $2 trillion more than comes in. But half the Republicans will join them. There'll be a minority of Republicans who will say, we're conservative and we shouldn't spend this much money. But we will offer amendments tonight, and people will get to decide where they are. And people at home will have to decide, are we going to live this way? How long can we live this way? What causes inflation? Can we not have representatives who believe that balancing our budget is the appropriate thing to do? So the amendments I offer today are such that I think they're necessary. I think they'll help us to save Social Security from bankruptcy, but they won't be very popular here. But I offer them in hopes that people will see them across America and say, at least somebody cares about the solvency of Social Security. At least somebody has the guts to say, this is what we would do to try to save and preserve Social Security, rather than just giving free stuff to everybody and saying, no big deal, you can have more. What? You want more? Here's more. Somebody's got to ask how we're going to pay for this. Someone's got to be responsible up here, and if you watch closely who votes on this amendment, you'll see who are the truly fiscally responsible people in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, today is a day to celebrate. The Senate is moments away from keeping a promise we made to the American people when Social Security became law. Folks will get the benefits they earned. State and local workers in Louisiana and other states across the country are no different than other Americans who paid into the system. State and local government workers deserve their full Social Security benefit. Now, with the passage of the Social Security Fairness Act, they will get it. This act repeals WEP, GPO, that stands for Windfall Elimination Provision and Government Pension Offset, and stops Social Security from punishing public workers for the crime of serving their communities. Nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, widows of those who worked in the Social Security system will be made whole by what we do here tonight. I had a civics teacher in high school who always delighted in the fact that she taught someone who went on to become a member of Congress. And Betty worked her whole life teaching in public schools. And because of GPO, when her husband passed away, her husband worked at Exxon Refinery, I believe, if I remember correctly, her Social Security benefit was cut to a fraction because she had worked in the public sector as a teacher. Under this system, she would have been better in terms of Social Security benefits if she had never worked at all. Most of us have a Betty in their life, in their state, in their hometown, or in their family. Often a police officer or a firefighter, a first responder who served us, and now we have the opportunity to thank them for that service. With a vote today, we're standing up for folks like Betty and everyone like her across our nation. It's a day to celebrate. And, Mr. President, with that, I yield.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I rise tonight to make a simple but important point on behalf of the brave, freedom-loving citizens of the Republic of Georgia. It's time for the United States to stand alongside the brave nation of Georgia, the citizens of which went to the polls recently and voted to elect their own leadership. It's time to impose heavy sanctions on the individuals and institutions now trying to thwart the democratic will of the people of the Republic of Georgia. And now is the time to act. This is the 20th of December, 2024. We don't need to act in mid-January. We need to act now while the people of Georgia are taking to the freezing streets in towns like Tbilisi and elsewhere to exercise their right to protest. Now, here's what's happened, and it's such a familiar story, Mr. President. The Georgian people recently went to the polls, as really is the right of all mankind, according to our Declaration of Independence. And the Georgian people rejected the Georgian Dream Party, which is really more and more becoming an arm of Vladimir Putin's Russian dictatorship. The Georgian people, when they voted, rejected Bidzina Ivanishvili, the pro-Russian oligarch behind the party. This is similar to what other free voters have done in other countries around in that area. Decade or so ago in the Republic of Ukraine, in the recent Romanian elections. It's happening also in Moldova. The people there do not wish to be under the thumb of a reincarnation of the Soviet Union under Vladimir Putin's dictatorship. And so they voted against the Georgian Dream Party, but the Georgian Dream Party, in charge of the election machinery, has tried to rig the election. And so the people of Georgia have risen up in response. And the Georgian Dream government, an arm of the Putin Russian government, has responded in tyrannical fashion. The Georgian Dream Party has worked to overthrow the will of the voters and has marshaled the power of the police to crack down violently on peaceful protests. In a number of days, Mr. President, the Georgian Dream Party could actually forcibly remove the democratically elected president of Georgia from power. Now, the Biden administration has taken baby steps, long overdue, and I wish they would be more forceful. Our American administration has now publicly sanctioned 2 individuals. The State and Treasury departments have sanctioned a senior ministry official and the Georgia Minister of Internal Affairs. Now, what do the sanctions involve? They involve blocking the offending officials of the Georgia Dream Party from transaction in American banks. We can do that. They've frozen any assets these Russian puppets have owned in the United States and revoked any visas they have for our country. And I applaud the administration for these steps, but they could do so much more. Of course, in response, the Georgia Dream Prime Minister, Kobakidze, announced that he would decorate these 2 sanctioned Russian puppets and give them state honors in their roles for quashing the protests. This is what's going on around the world. This is how tyrants act. Georgia Dream has thumbed its nose, of course, at our somewhat half-hearted measures. And so it's time, I would say, for the United States to demonstrate more decisive and timely resolve. Half measures are the wrong message at this point. So I call on the Biden administration to sanction the leaders of Georgia Dream, including Bidzina Ivanishvili, Kaska Kadzladze, and Prime Minister Kobakidze. The Republic of Georgia is the home of freedom-loving people. They were once under the thumb of Moscow, and they do not wish to go back. Vladimir Putin would like to have Georgia back in its orbit, just like they would like to have Moldova back in their orbit, just like they even wish to have Romania and certainly Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin is willing to rig elections to have his agents brutally repress the peaceful protests that are going on. I admire these Georgian freedom fighters. They strongly oppose Putin's interference, and, Mr. President, we ought to stand with them. I call on the State Department and the Biden administration in the last month of office to stand tall with the freedom-loving Georgian people. We must continue our legacy of cooperation and shared democratic values with the Republic of Georgia. And I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, I want to spend a minute saying a special commendation to Senators Brown and Casey, two exceptionally valuable members of the Senate Finance Committee who are going to be departing the Senate at the end of the year. Nobody in the Senate understands the importance of Social Security for seniors and Americans with disabilities better than Senators Brown and Casey. They have been leading the fight for years to protect and strengthen Social Security for current and future generations of Americans, and they have done it for their entire careers. That includes battling those who would want to privatize the system, those who would raise the retirement age, or advance schemes that would otherwise cut benefits. And it strikes me as particularly fitting that one of the final votes this body takes, and the first time the Senate votes to increase benefits in decades, will be a vote to ensure everyday Americans receive their earned benefits. I was director of the Oregon Gray Panthers for almost 7 years before coming into public life, and I long ago decided that protecting America's earned benefits has been a lodestar, and Senators Casey and Brown have followed that through their public service. This vote is also a chance for the American people to see clearly who is fighting for middle-class families, because what the Senate is doing is preventing across-the-board cuts to Social Security benefits for public servants like firefighters and nurses and bus drivers and police officers and teachers. These are all individuals who work in crucial professions paying into Social Security out of every paycheck. They went into their line of work not to strike it rich, but to answer the call to serve their communities. As chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, I would urge all members of the Senate, Republicans and Democrats, to stand with Senators Brown and Casey and all our colleagues who have been working to pass this legislation. It is long overdue, and I yield the floor.
We put $1.5 trillion in it over 5 years.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session, and the only remaining amendments in order to H.R. 82 be the following: Paul, 3346, Paul, 3352, Cruz, 3360, and Crapo, 3331. That there be 60 affirmative vote threshold for the adoption of the amendments, that upon disposition of the Crapo amendment, Senator Lee be recognized to make a budget point of order, that upon disposition of the point of order, the pending amendments and motion be withdrawn, H.R. 82 be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill, with 60 affirmative votes required for passage. Following that, the disposition, following following the disposition of H.R. 82, the Senate proceed to the consideration of H.R. 10545, that there be up to 30 minutes of debate on the bill, equally divided. 30 minutes on the equally divided, and that upon the use or yielding back of the time, the Senate vote on passage of the bill, with 60 affirmative votes required for passage and with no amendments or motions in order in the bill. Further, that following the disposition of H.R. 10545, the Senate resume executive session to consider the following nominations on block, calendars 851, 853, 854, 857. That the Senate vote on the nominations on block without intervening action or debate, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Following that, there be up to 2 minutes debate, equally divided prior to each vote, with all further intervening action, without further intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I yield. Absence of a quorum? I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Majority Leader.
I have very good news for my colleagues and for the country. I ask unanimous consent.
Objection.
I have very good news for my colleagues and for the country. Democrats and Republicans have just reached an agreement that will allow us to pass the CR tonight before the midnight deadline. I yield the floor. And note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
These guys are.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
Ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I call.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session.
I call up my amendment 3346 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment number.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment number 3346.
Without objection. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker. Do you guys want to vote? Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the, Mr. Paul voted in the affirmative. Senators voting in the negative. Bennett, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Fisher, Graham, Hyde-Smith, King, Markey, Padilla, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Sinema, Tillis, and Wyden. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Lankford? No. Mr. Grassley? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Brown? No. No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Marshall? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Cardin? No. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Thune? No. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Casey, no. Okay, thanks. Did Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Not with me. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Tester, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Haruno, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Lemus, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kelly, No. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 3, the nays are 9. On this vote, the yeas are 3, the nays are 93. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Came close. My colleagues, Mr. President,
the majority leader.
Finish at a reasonable hour.
The Senate will come to order. The Senate will come to order.
If we want to finish as quickly as possible, I'd urge members to stay in their seats and answer your name when it is called. That will speed things up. Thank you. And we're going to have a 10-minute limit on votes, period.
President.
The senator from Kentucky.
I call up by amendment number 3352 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment number 3352.
There are now up to 2 minutes for debate evenly divided. Is there any debate? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett.
No.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Are you sure? Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono.
Go to Mr. Grumpy.
Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Paul, Risch, Romney, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Britt, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Duckworth, Durbin, Betterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, McConnell, Merkley, Mullen, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
What do I do? Where is it?
On this vote, the yeas are 28, the nays are 67. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Please, members, stay in your seats. Let's get this done quick.
Thanks. I got it.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 3360 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz proposes an amendment number 3360.
There are now up to 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Mr. President, everyone is here tonight voting on a provision to treat fairly our retired police officers, firefighters, and teachers. We should do that. The windfall elimination provision treated them unfairly. I've been fighting to correct this since 2017. We can correct this. We can treat our retired cops and firefighters and teachers fairly. However, the provision on the floor of the Senate tonight would add to the Social Security Trust Fund $200 billion in debt. Every member of this Senate, Republican and Democrat, has promised to our voters we will protect Social Security. The bill on the floor of the Senate tonight would accelerate the insolvency of Social Security by 6 months. My amendment fixes the inequity of the windfall elimination provision, but does so at a cost of only $25 billion instead of $200 billion. The amendment on the floor accelerates the insolvency of Social Security. My amendment has a negligible effect on Social Security. Let me urge everyone, let's support our cops and firefighters and teachers, but let's also not throw our seniors down the river. I urge you to vote yes.
Senator from Oregon.
The House rejected the Cruz proposal by a wide margin. Voting for this amendment, sending it back to the House right before the 118th Congress adjourns, is in effect a vote to kill the bill. I'd urge the body to reject this Hail Mary attempt to kill the bill and yield back.
Question? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
Sure.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker.
No.
Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. I didn't get Merkley. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. No, I don't. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Thank you. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith. No, I got you. Thank you. Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
On this vote, the yeas are 32, the nays are 64. The 60 vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Idaho.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 3331 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Idaho, Mr. Crapo, proposes an amendment number 3331.
There will now be 2 minutes for debate, equally divided.
Madam President.
And the Senate will be in order.
Madam President, throughout this entire debate, no one has denied that this bill will hasten the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund and cost our hardworking Social Security recipients to lose $200 billion in Social Security benefits when it does go insolvent. My amendment simply would delay the implementation of the Social Security Fairness Act until changes are made that would offset the bill's negative effects on Social Security's actuarial balance, as determined by the Social Security Board of Trustees. Let the Finance Committee fix this bill.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Oregon.
Madam President, the public should know that the senator is raising concerns about the financial impact of this bill, while he and other leaders in his party are vowing to use every budget gimmick under the sun next year to avoid paying for their tax bill. And second, we've long had a tale of two tax codes in America, where firefighters and teachers pay with every check while the wealthy can avoid taxes. But now we'd have a tale of two deficits, where deficits don't exist when it benefits the wealthy, but any changes benefiting firefighters have to be paid for. I'd urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun.
Mr. Booker, no.
Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy.
Christie.
Ms. Collins.
Is that correct?
Mr. Coons.
I know.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
Is that not the one?
Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
Right, isn't that, what does that say? Did I not write it?
Ms. Ernst.
Oh.
Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gilliram.
Oh, wait.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper.
Here we go. My brain's not functioning.
Ms. Arono. Mr. Hoven.
I just could have crossed out all the knots.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly.
No,
Mr. Kennedy.
That's wrong.
Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Chester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Carper, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Hall, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Daines, aye. Is Young? Mr. Young, aye. Chris. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden.
Rock and roll.
Ms. Sinema, no.
Sheldon, going to come with everything we believe in. They're going to come.
Mr. Murphy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 34, the nays are 62. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
I don't know. The big money for.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Utah.
The economist Milton Friedman once said, quote, "Keep your eye on one thing and one thing only. How much government is spending, because that is the true tax. If you're not paying for it in the form of explicit taxes, you're paying for it indirectly in the form of inflation or in the form of borrowing," close quote. The Senate is poised to enact another tax on the American people this week, tonight in fact, a $200 billion tax that will leave a hole in the Social Security Trust Fund. This tax will give extra Social Security benefits to just 4% of the American workforce at the expense of the other 96% of hardworking Americans. We must be honest with ourselves in acknowledging that this bill is fiscally irresponsible. To make matters worse, it's entirely unnecessary at this moment in time. There's no reason why we have to be pressed to pass it tonight. Congress is up against no particular deadlines, nor is any program at risk of expiring. Social Security is already on a dangerously unsustainable path. The trust fund is projected to run out of money in the next decade, which would lead to an across-the-board benefit cut. This bill would accelerate that crisis. To tax the American people to the tune of another $200 billion is ludicrous by itself, but to do so when there is no immediate need is nefarious. To that end, Madam President, the pending measure, H.R. 82, would cause an increase of $197.81 billion in the level of Social Security deficits relative to the levels deemed for budget enforcement. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure under Section 311A3 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget points of order for the purpose of the pending measure. I ask for the yeas and nays, and for the sake of our retired police officers, firefighters, and teachers, I would urge you to provide a lot more yeas than nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Yes.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker.
No. Sorry. I believe in America.
Mr. Bozeman.
I believe in America.
Mr. Braun.
Help me, people. Help me.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
Yeah, I saw him. I'm going to let her know. Did you get Fetterman? Aye.
You're an aye. Correct. Mr. Janes. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Oh, right there. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
On this vote, the yeas are 66, the nays are 30. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to, and the point of order fails. Under the previous order, the motion to commit and all pending amendments are withdrawn. The bill is considered read a third time, and the question occurs on passage of the bill. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, I got it. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer,
Schuyler.
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 20. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed.
Madam President. Madam President, can we have some order, please?
Yes. The Senate will be in order.
Can we have some order, please?
The Democratic leader.
Thank you, Madam President. So tonight, the Senate finally corrects a 50-year mistake by passing the Social Security Fairness Act. Millions of retired teachers and firefighters and letter carriers and state and local workers have waited decades for this moment. No longer will public retirees see their hard-earned Social Security benefits robbed from them thanks to this bill. It's a very good thing that one of the final acts of the 118th Congress is delivering a huge win for working Americans. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their outstanding work, particularly Senators Brown, Collins, Cassidy, who led the way, and all those who relentlessly across the country called their senators and got this done. And then, Madam President, tonight the Senate delivers more good news for America. Tonight the Senate delivers good news for America. There will be no government shutdown right before Christmas. This is a good bill. It'll keep the government open and funds and helps Americans affected by hurricanes and natural disasters, helps our farmers and avoid harmful cuts. We have order, please.
The Senate will be in order.
After a chaotic few days in the House, it's good news that the bipartisan approach in the end prevailed. It's a good lesson for next year. Both sides have to work together. But by dealing with people who've had trouble with disasters, by helping our farmers avoiding harmful cuts, this is a good bill, and I'm glad we're passing it. I thank my Republican colleagues for working with us to move this bill quickly through the Senate. It's a good outcome for America and the American people. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the consideration of H.R. 10545, which the clerk will report.
H.R. 10545, an act making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, and for other purposes.
There will now be up to 30 minutes for debate, equally divided.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Washington.
Madam President, I will not use 15 minutes, but I do want to just let our colleagues know that I am very pleased that we're on the verge of passing long overdue relief, desperately needed by communities who are recovering from disaster, as well as avoiding a damaging shutdown. The only reason it took so long and this much chaos to get here is that House Republicans chose chaos and chose to follow the whims of the richest man in the world. Needless to say, that is not how this should work, but I am glad that at the end of the day, we will avoid a shutdown and get disaster relief out to families and communities who are struggling after being hit by hurricanes and fires and floods and so much more. I worked hard with members on both sides of the aisle to finally get this aid across the line and to make sure we did so in a comprehensive way that meets the wide range of critical needs in the country. Because it is painfully clear there are so many communities who are still reeling from hurricanes and wildfires, tornadoes, flooding, and more, who really do need this support. So despite all the unnecessary chaos and delay, I am glad that we are finally here getting this done. This relief will make a critical difference for folks who've lost it all and are simply working to get their feet back underneath them. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in passing this package so we can get this over the line and avoid a needless shutdown as we head into the holidays. And finally, Madam President, one last important thing. I want to recognize my colleagues who helped pull this relief package together, especially my Vice Chair on Appropriations, Senator Collins, who's been a critical partner, our House counterparts, Congresswoman DeLauro, Congressman Cole, who have pushed so hard to get this disaster relief done. And of course, I want to thank all of our staff, especially Evan Schatz, our staff director, who worked so hard around the clock to pull together not just the disaster relief in this package, but so many other critical funding packages and proposals over the last 2 years I've been chair of the Appropriations Committee. The work is never easy, and I'm incredibly grateful to our entire team and to all of our colleagues who've been working so hard. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Maine.
Madam President, I rise to urge passage of the American Relief Act. This bill will avert a costly government shutdown. Although it is after midnight, we are going to avert it. It will deliver much-needed assistance to individuals, small businesses, and communities working to rebuild and repair in the wake of natural disasters. It provides much-needed aid to our farmers across the country who have been hit by a tidal wave of harmful economic conditions. I want to thank the many senators who contributed to this legislation, and in particular, I want to recognize Chair Murray for her leadership of the Appropriations Committee during this Congress. I hope that in the next Congress we can bring appropriations bills to the Senate floor in a timely fashion to avoid this kind of end-of-the-year pileup. I do urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I too want to recognize and thank my outstanding staff for their hard work. Finally, Madam President, I do want to say that it is a great accomplishment that tonight the Senate passed the Social Security Fairness Act, which will be sent to the President for his signature. This is long overdue, and I want to share with my colleagues one really important fact, and that is that 83% of those who are affected by the government pension offset, which we repealed tonight, are lower income women. So this is a great accomplishment to eliminate these two inequitable, unfair provisions of the Social Security Act. It's going to make a big difference. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Democratic leader.
This is the last vote not only of this evening, but of the 118th Congress, and we yield back all time.
All time is yielded back. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
H.R. 10545, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Yeah. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Bennett. I was going to say, what are you doing? Yeah. Pardon.
Governor. I'm not going to make eye contact with any of you.
Capito. Yes. You too. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Merry Christmas. You too. Thank you. Nope. Thank you. Sanders. Okay, I'll bet you. Thank you. Right.
Absolutely. 55 minutes I was off. 55 minutes. That's pretty good.
minute. Mr. Bozeman.
Brown's eye.
Thank you.
As the number 2 guy in the Foreign Relations Committee, I think you should give
I got you.
Have a good holiday.
White House eye.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to do better next year. I promise.
Merry Christmas.
It's my New Year's resolution. It's my New Year's resolution.
Thank you.
Really? You think I can ruin things like that? I'm New Year's resolution. Thank you, sir. You too.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good holiday.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
I will. I'm doing well.
Okay, you bet. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Thank you. I do. I got you. Thanks, Smith. Yeah, sure.
Happy
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You too.
I do. Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. Thank you. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. She's there. She's not. Okay. Thank you. Gotcha. I gotcha. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. I did. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirona, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Thank you, Mayor. Yep. Happy Hanukkah. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 85, the nays are 11. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session to consider the following nominations in block, calendar numbers 851, 853, 854, and 857. The question occurs on the nominations in block. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed on block. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
From Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a moment, I will ask for unanimous consent to pass H.R. 3433, the Bipartisan Give Kids a Chance Act. I'd like to highlight how important this legislation is for children with cancer all across this country. The Give Kids a Chance Act finally authorizes the FDA to direct companies who are conducting research for adult cancer drugs to study those drugs in combination with others to see whether they also can work well for kids who have cancer. The bill continues the work that Senator Rubio and I started in 2017 when we worked together to pass the Race for Children Act, which required sponsors of certain adult cancer drugs to study the benefits or the effects and their use in children. Since then, Senator Rubio and I have both learned that combination therapies can be effective treatments and reduce risk of side effects significantly, both for adults and for kids. That's why this legislation is so important. This bill could help save the lives of children all over our country who have the most aggressive forms of cancer. It would ensure that pharmaceutical companies are being held accountable to study how their drugs affect children who may have the same kind of cancer as adults, but who need...
Please
appreciate that, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Who appreciate more tailored treatment in combination with other drugs. I know Senator Rubio and I have both heard numerous stories from patients who have asked for themselves and parents who have asked on behalf of their children and who have advocated on behalf of children who have passed away. This bill also authorizes the FDA to take enforcement action against companies that do not conduct the pediatric trials that are required under the Pediatric Research Equity Act. It requires the FDA to report on enforcement of this act. Additionally, the bill reauthorizes the FDA Rare Pediatric Disease Priority Review Voucher Program through fiscal year 2029, which incentivizes drug development for rare pediatric diseases. Mr. President, this bill has the support of dozens and dozens of organizations that represents kids and parents all across our country. I'd ask their names be included in the record. In the interest of time this evening, I won't read them on the floor, although I want to say how deeply I appreciate their efforts.
Without objection.
I'd also like to highlight the bipartisan nature of this work. Senator Rubio, as a co-sponsor, with Senator Casey and Mullins, who have co-sponsored provisions of this House bill as well. This bill has passed unanimously out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. It has passed the House by voice vote. Mr. President, it's now the time to pass this bill. If we pass it tonight, it will go to the President for his signature. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the Committee on health, education, labor, and pensions be discharged from further consideration of, and the Senate proceed to H.R. 3433. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I just want to say how deeply I regret the objection of the senator from Kentucky. That's, of course, his right. I gather that he's objecting because he objects to the lateness of the hour and the time at when this request was made. At least that's what I was told earlier tonight. I think after we have been held here in place for hours and hours and hours, the idea that we're not going to be able to pass this legislation is deeply, deeply disappointing to the people who have advocated for this for all these years. It's a reflection, I think, of how broken this place is and the way that it puts its own interests ahead of the interests of the people that we represent. But we will be back to fight another day. Mr. President, I wish you and the staff here in the Senate at this late hour, and to my colleagues that are here as well, happy holidays and Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to pass into law life-saving bipartisan legislation that will enable us to keep fighting the opioid and fentanyl epidemic that has destroyed families and devastated communities all across our country. New data from just this week found that drug overdose deaths dropped 17% from last summer to this summer. We now have a much better sense of what works to prevent and treat addiction, the resources we need to do so, and the light that exists on the other end of this terrible, terrible tunnel. But we can only get there if we keep up the fight. The SUPPORT Act of 2018 established vital addiction treatment infrastructure. Reauthorizing this law is essential to our addiction prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts. Just two of many examples include funding addiction treatment for pregnant women and supporting first responders. Now, the original SUPPORT Act passed the Senate with 98 votes, and the bipartisan reauthorization passed the House with 386 votes. Now the Senate must send it to the President's desk before we adjourn for the year. This is not time for complacency, nor is it time for despair. Nothing less than people's lives depend on us acting. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4531, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I object.
The objection is heard.
And, Mr. President,
Senator from New Hampshire.
I will just say that I regret the objection. This was a Senate version of the reauthorization was, of course, included in the package that we all agreed on, bipartisan agreement in both the Senate and the House after months and months of work, reauthorized through our committee process and was stripped out, of course, on Wednesday at the instruction of Mr. Musk. So the House had already passed this bipartisan bill. It had a huge and overwhelming bipartisan support there. And this is really unfortunate because, of course, the opioid epidemic, especially the fentanyl epidemic, continues to devastate our communities. And it is truly unfortunate that the objection was made tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Colorado.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
So, Mr. President,
we're in a quorum call.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, the work of the 118th Congress comes to an end. The majority in this chamber will soon change hands. Tonight, I'd like to take a moment to thank my colleagues for their outstanding work over the past 4 years. This was the most productive, ambitious, and historic 4 years the Senate has seen in decades. I am proud that many of our biggest accomplishments were bipartisan, something I hope the incoming majority embraces as a model. And the accomplishments speak for themselves. They're enormous. I was so proud to lead the Senate when we did so much for so many people, and as I said, so much of it bipartisan. It started at the beginning in 2017 when in 2020 when COVID was at its worst. We passed the American Rescue Plan, sending checks to every mailbox and shots in every arm. It helped reduce the problems with COVID so quickly, more quickly than people ever felt. We passed a once-in-a-generation bipartisan infrastructure law. You see the effects of it all over America right now. Infrastructure is being rebuilt. People are being employed. Our country is getting more efficient, which it always does when we have better infrastructure. And it rebuilt Americans' roads and bridges and highways. It provided kids with safe drinking water. Rural communities, urban communities got access to broadband, which they had never had before, so essential in the 21st century. We brought manufacturing jobs back to our shores and revitalized American innovation through the CHIPS and Science Act. We took on the NRA and won by passing the first gun safety law in 30 years. We passed the greatest expansion of veterans care in a generation to ensure that no veteran is denied treatment related to toxic exposure in burn pits. This, and on almost every one of these issues, it was the Senate that led the way. Bipartisan, senators got together with one another and passed legislation that then the House followed and the President signed. But make no mistake about it, we were the cauldron. We were the place where it all got put together and melded together. And I'm proud of the job, frankly, that I did as majority leader, but I'm so proud of our senators on both sides of the aisle who got so much done. And there were other things we did as well. We stood with our friends in Ukraine as they defend their country against the brutality of Vladimir Putin. We took a stand to protect marriage equality. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, we made insulin $35 a month for millions of seniors. We empowered Medicare to negotiate with drug companies for the first time. The IRA was also the most ambitious clean energy bill in American history. The effects are happening all over the country. Our kids are going to breathe cleaner air. Our community will see less pollution. And future generations are going to see millions of new good-paying jobs as we complete the wind and solar and nuclear and all the other parts of the bill. That made us so proud of what we were able to do. It was incredible. The list goes on and on. And our legacy in these past 4 years, when we were in the majority, is just large. It's grand. I'm proud of it. We also, let's not forget, confirmed 235 highly qualified and historic judges to the bench, more than a quarter of all active judges. We're so proud of this ambitious record. Years from now, when Americans drive on better roads, buy cleaner cars, make faster chips, have better paying jobs, save on prescription drugs, it'll be the work of this majority. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff here in the Senate who work behind the scenes and make this chamber come to light. The incredible floor staff sitting here who do incredible work. Thank you to the miracle workers of the cloakroom. They always find everybody wherever they are. You say someone's missing, and there they are. Thank you to the Senate doorkeepers, to the Secretary of the Senate, and the Senate Sergeant at Arms, to the pages and support staff, and to all of those who make this place function. And a special thanks to my staff. What an amazing, hardworking, dedicated, smart, compassionate, caring group of people they are. I know this for sure. Without my staff, none of this would have been accomplished. They keep me going. Sometimes when I veer off course, they get me back on course. Sometimes when I'm doing too much, they sort of limit me. Oftentimes, when I want to do something that's a yes, they sometimes say no. But all too often, they find the better way to do yes. So they're great. I love them. And I'm grateful to them as well. So there'll be much to do in the year to come. The work will continue. The challenges will be great, and we will no longer be in the majority, we'll be in the minority. But our North Star will not change, working every single day to serve the American people and reward the trust they have placed in us. I yield the floor. And absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration of PN 794, 795, 796, accepting Peter Gauthier, Mark Gray, Stephen Renecki, Lori DeTroy. 898, accepting Kenneth McLean, Amanda Van Den Duel, Adriana Harvey. 1535, 1536, 1538, 1539, accepting Sean Jones, Carl Fickenshire. 1540, accepting Kenneth McLean. 1975, 2031, 2146, 2148, 2233, 2234, 2235, 2004, 1537, accepting Janie P. Pierre Louis, 1978, 2147. That the Senate proceed to their en bloc consideration and vote without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Question occurs on the nominations in block. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay?
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? The ayes appears to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointments at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the junior senator from Virginia, the senior senator from Ohio, and the senior senator from Maryland be authorized to duly sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from December 20th, 2024 through January 3rd, 2025.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding the upcoming adjournment of the Senate, the President of the Senate, the President pro tem, and the majority and minority leaders be authorized to make appointments to commissions, committees, boards, conferences, or interparliamentary conferences authorized by law by concurrent action of the two houses or by order of the Senate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 648, H.R. 4984.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 648, H.R. 4984, an act to direct the Secretary of the Interior to transfer administrative jurisdiction over the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium campus to the District of Columbia, and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. The ayes appears to have it. The ayes do have it.
I ask unanimous
The bill is passed.
I ask the unanimous consent the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 685 S5098.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 685 S5098, a bill to require certain agencies to develop plans for internal control and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 686, H.R. 5887.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 686, H.R. 5887, an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask the chair lay before the Senate the message to accompany S2181.
The chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the bill from the Senate S-2181, entitled An Act to Amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth and for other purposes, do pass with an amendment and a title amendment.
I move to concur in the House amendment, and I ask unanimous consent the motion be agreed to.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I move to concur in the House amendment to the title and ask unanimous consent the motion be agreed to.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration of S-3658 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-3658, a bill to promote space situational awareness and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the Cornyn substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered, read a third time, and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-5649, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-5649, a bill to amend the Marine Debris Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 670, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 670, an act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to establish a website to promote awareness and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Veterans Affairs Committee be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills en bloc: H.R. 4955, H.R. 8667, H.R. 9124.
Is there an objection to proceeding the measures en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the bills be considered, read a third time, and passed. The motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Veterans Affairs Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4136 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 4136, an act to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Plano, Texas as the U.S. Congressman Sam Johnson Memorial VA Clinic.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed. The motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 9076 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 9076, an act to reauthorize child welfare programs and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5103 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5103, an act to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to approve or deny spend plans within a certain amount of time and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it convene for a pro forma session only, with no business conducted on the following dates and times: Monday, December 23rd, 9:30 a.m., Thursday, December 26th, 2:30 p.m., Monday, December 30th, 12:30 p.m., Thursday, January 2nd at 12 noon, Friday, January 3rd at 11:45 a.m. Following the January 3rd pro forma, the Senate stand adjourned sine die, and next convene at 12 noon pursuant to the Constitution. Further, I ask that following the prayer and pledge and following the presentation of the certificates of election and the swearing in of elected members and the required live quorum, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered.
Oh. For the information of the Senate, on January 3rd, the swearing in of our new and recently re-elected senators will be at noon, followed by a live quorum. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until Monday at 9:30 a.m.
23.
Okay, guys. Hey, are you kidding? Good work.